Cześć, cześć i dobry wieczór. Będziemy oglądać dzisiaj livestream z wydania nowej wersji Path of Exile. Spróbuję troszeczkę jeszcze dopasować okno i zrobić odsłuch. Mamy jeszcze 3 minuty, mam nadzieję, że będzie dobrze słuchać. Także jeżeli ktokolwiek z Was miałby ochotę porozmawiać w trakcie czatu, byłoby miło i ciekawie. Patrzę, czy jestem w stanie widzieć czat twitchowy, ale wydaje mi się, że wystarczy na samo okno.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
O, wstęp widzę, że jest bardzo ciekawy. Mam nadzieję, że zaraz pokażę coś znacznie więcej.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage.
A czy to znaczy, że można swapować? Coś mi się wydaje, że będzie opcja na swap. I to taki nieźle. Poza tym, że zmieniasz postać na Wild Wolf o Bear, to masz potem jeszcze szybką zmianę na sekundary, tak? Weapon set. No to się robi ciekawie. Okay, rampage.
As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a
Ale to będzie taran, nie? Słuchajcie.
to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks.
Dajcie jemu sporo spiryta, nie?
Ferocious Roar has another special feature too.
I
It's a
ciśnie,
magic
nie?
gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
O, krzyki będą teraz popularne. O, to się podniesie mocno, nie?
Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and
War
double up the number of
cries.
slams you do.
Zobaczcie, jak on tutaj miota tym, nie? To będzie sezon na okrzyki bojowe.
You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Kaun. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear apocalypse.
Znowu to samo. Biegniesz daleko i wszystko ginie za tobą, nie? Musisz się cofać.
But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the Druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly.
To będzie szybsze. Przechodzenie aktów to już wiadomo, że będziemy na tej postaci, nie? A bossy na tamtej formie.
After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all.
Zajebiste.
Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite.
No, trochę
If you have
powolny.
power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow
Chyba
down
czas
your
na
enemies.
poison.
Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making
Okej,
things wet
czyli
also makes them
stakujemy.
easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well.
Takujemy
You know what
stany.
else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them. So fly around and burn in it.
Czy one nas nie mogą dosięgnąć w powietrzu?
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure
Czyli
we'll be seeing
będziemy
a lot of different
stakować
spellcasting
charge,
classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these.
żeby zaatakować. Fajnie.
Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to
Połę
spread fire from one
DB.
ignited enemy to
Będziemy
other
przyglądać.
enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. We can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants in mass, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well.
Ciekawe.
Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical
Można było się spodziewać.
By
Elementar
allocating
druid,
Druidic
nie?
Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
O, rage,
With
rage,
the
rage,
knowledge of
dużo
the
rage'a.
Etherian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman.
Czym są idole?
These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Okej,
You can also
bandyt.
allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse.
Podbiją
allowing you
trochę
to
runy,
control
coś
any
będą
natural
warte.
disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle
Oracle?
perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
O kurczę, ale
One of
to
my
przyspieszy
favorites.
DPS-y,
When you
nie?
first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the unseen path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or corruption endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now, there
Czyli
are
można
unique
będzie
talismans for
kombinować
Druids as well.
znaczy, na gemach.
Won't spoil all of them, but this one was
na pasywkach.
particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use
Shapeshifter.
Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also
Kurwa,
continuously
wygląda jak
grows,
Diablo w
allowing you to use
dwójce.
your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
No dobra. Przechodzimy do samego release'u. Co jeszcze poza postacią?
Machines still churn. The temple has many functions. And with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover
To co
its
znamy z
secrets.
buffów 1. Cały wal dodają.
Be rewarded for your sacrifice.
Ciekawe co doda nowe mechaniki. Ciekawe co doda.
This chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Nice. Ciekawe mnie te mechaniki, które dodali w Walu i czy będą bardzo opłacalne. Pewnie będzie bardziej niż teraz w Abyssie.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not
Okay.
enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go.
Aktywujemy bacony.
These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes.
No korupty
On
to wiemy,
fully activating
mocniejsze.
one of the devices, you
Jest co
finally
robić.
discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out.
Okej,
The
czyli
front
będziemy
of the
mogli się
entrance
tu
is a
przenosić.
console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place
Okay.
paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Okej, czy jak się szło jedno po drugim, bardziej się
With better
opłaci.
leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't
Podnosimy
need
tak
to memorize
poziom.
what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
Reasonable
After running
monster
the
pack.
temple,
Okej.
a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Leraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Edzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Val. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Edzeri to prevent the Val from ever being destroyed.
Wersja Uber. Ale ładnie, fajnie się obraca.
Edzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past,
Czyli będą różne
a
wersje.
set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item.
Okej, Aramantis. No i
But
skoruptowane.
placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only
Zaczeszki?
accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this
to
device
było...
allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
Okej.
This
Double
has the
corruption.
capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be
Zajebiście.
warned, the Val are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Okej, dość mocno. W sensie 50% to dużo, żeby stracić przedmiot całkowicie. Ale jak masz 2,
Each
to
room has
już
its own
jest
interesting
szansa, nie?
mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Game Corruption.
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's thesis, which on boots allows you to
Life
sacrifice your life
Printing.
to run faster.
Movement Speed.
Or
Dobra.
Sita Qualotul's thesis, which on gloves
Garda
will revive one of
dostajecie.
your
Okej.
minions whenever an
Offeringi.
offering expires.
Damage taken equipment.
Get
Okej,
the
też
sacrificial
nieźle.
chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Val unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Korupcję można jeszcze znowu będzie przerobić.
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Val crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you
Będzie
to
można
use it
handlować.
later or trade it if you want.
Pięknie.
Now there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Val Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Val are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Val Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Będziemy robotami.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
Medalion.
Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now,
Bardzo fajne.
with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be
Nie,
used to
nie
modify the
pokazali mechaniki.
But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with
Strasznie
specific
daleko.
uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments.
Czyli
Like
co,
this
będzie
one,
można
that can
długo
extract the
spędzać
soccer ball
czas.
back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Val works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adziri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Val herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adziri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Exile rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage.
Ło, do
In
20
addition to that, while
poziomu
using the staff,
podnosimy rzeczy
barriers of refraction
ze
will
skilli.
constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now,
Okay.
for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the
Okay.
Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in in-game.
Okej, fajnie.
If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Aha, czyli
You can
podpięli pod
also
tablety.
craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Okej, mapujemy
Now that
na
Abyss is
podwójne.
core, it also needs its
O,
own
okej.
Atlas tree.
Nowy atlas. Pięknie.
You can gain your first points by completing an abyss. But there are more
O,
available
standardowa
for going
książka do
depths
zdobycia.
and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the abyssal. Or make your waystone modifiers also apply to abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do abyss crafting on waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully
Dobre.
bring back the power you
Bonusy,
could have gotten
bonusy,
from
bonusów.
instilling. So we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog
No,
has been
było za
toned down
dużo, za
significantly,
dużo mgły.
so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well,
Okej, mapowanie.
after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to
Auto-scaling.
regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a
FPS.
lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher. And a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference,
jakość.
especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing.
Konsole.
And you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months.
To było potrzebne, nie?
Of course, another important area is game balance. And we have made a lot of changes. Now,
Co z drzewem?
most of these we will
Bardziej
save
w
for the
lewo.
patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
O,
These changes
path
should go
of
a long
building,
way
będzie
in increasing
ciężko.
the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's
O,
power
kosmetyki
or
to każdy
progression.
indywidualnie chyba wybiera jak zawsze.
The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal.
Ogromne
Witness the power of
portale.
its pull as you approach it.
Ale i tak będziemy widzieć jeden.
Draw in enemies with
Na
your own
15.
gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The relic of the
No,
Precursors
jak ktoś lubi długo
Mapledos is a
czekać na
mysterious
odbiór.
machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues.
O tyle, że to ładnie wygląda.
It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
O, ciekawe.
The time
Można będzie
taken to reach
pilnować
the last 3
prędkości
levels is also displayed on the
podnoszenia expa.
so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and of course a peg leg.
A,
The lost
szybko
treasure
biegnie
weapon
na tej
skins
jednej
top
nodze.
off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with GGG. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Zapowiada się ciekawie, zobaczymy co z tego wyjdzie. Jak dla mnie najciekawsze z tego wszystkiego co zobaczyłem to chyba poza samą postacią Druida oczywiście, na którą bardzo czekałem, które będę chciał przetestować, to chyba walowanie podwójnie przedmiotów.
Game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah.
Dzięki za suba.
Pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool
Na YouTubie.
works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand.
Sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy from my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good.
Ciekawe jak podeszli do tematu, dodge rolla, wszystkie przeskakiwania i tak dalej w tej formie.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time,
Ja już
you have
sobie
to not have
wyobrażam,
something
że
like
będzie
this
się
duplication
biegało
between them, where like,
na
like, this is just the
niedźwiedziu,
same
potem
thing as a
przechodziło na
bear, but
werewolfa
you are a wolf instead.
i jeszcze
So
w
we kind of
międzyczasie
have to, like,
użyjesz
like,
tego
you need all the
skillu,
tools that
gdzie
you need, so
wiesz,
you have
jesteś
to
tą
feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all the things right with it.
latającym
And
smoczkiem,
then it
czy jak
didn't
to tam
also
wersja
help
się
that,
nazywała.
Since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that adds a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example. Like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
you were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
Well, I
this
also
is
remember
not
like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right. And because
Chyba będę musiał ustawić coś z dźwiękiem, bo chyba na subie na YouTubie nie było dźwięku.
Vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling
Muszę
of like this is
poprawić.
actually a different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs, like as a wolf. Just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal.
No właśnie,
back.
zobaczymy.
Yeah, I figured that's
informami.
what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is
Okay.
that
Czyli to co powiedziałem, fajnie.
you want
Zadziała.
to present
Łączenie.
a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right?
Więc
and
można
that often will
przypisać
guide you, like,
skilla
what skills you're picking
i
and so
sobie
on, but you can just use with that same
podopinać
talisman
jedno
as
do
many
drugiego.
different animal skills as you would like.
Więc swapujesz szybko, plus jeszcze zwykła forma człowieka. Mamy do wyboru 2 ścieżki ustawienia skilli.
So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well? I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so
Okej, czyli faktycznie Dragon jako ta trzecia forma na przykład, nie? Albo ten taki Diablo-like, gniecący, niszczący, taki ogniowy.
And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new...
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. There was a thing that was like double generating rage, so I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know.
Sorry,
we'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage each time.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but, you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem, you know? So
yeah, you gotta...
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my Quarterstaff monk and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the druid the whole time, and I'm
voice.
like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their kind of their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
like,
for every
all
character
right,
class.
voice actors, everybody come back and we need you to roar like a bear.
Exactly,
What?
exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into.
Ale to uprościli, no tak, no.
Territory for the future.
Tak jakby druid miał ukryty słab broni jeszcze na trzecią i czwartą wersję, nie?
I've always maintained the position that you guys
Ale tak naprawdę tylko dla kilku pojedynczych skilli. Plus shapeshifting.
Maybe in the future, like, oh, well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But
Ciekawe, czy powiedzą używanie tego skilla, który tam z charge schodzi, i im dłużej go używasz, tym większy damage robi.
Like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah.
Like,
it's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength inside. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work.
Czy będą mówili o tym, jak zoptymalizowali grę, że 25% wydajności podnieśli, to jest dużo. Jeżeli to jest tylko na konsoli, to na PC będzie słabsze mniej, ale nawet 10 FPS-ów to już i stabilizacja w grze to dużo.
It's kind of just like, thanks, Druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's
No i ciekawe, co z tym moczeniem potworów, żeby je zlightingować.
How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly, right? That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf. How dare you? Yeah, exactly, right? So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. That was a that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so, eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of a range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness. I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits.
Okay.
That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know. The fact it has wings. Something to do with the
so
wings,
much dragon
right?
lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon.
Ciekawe, czy podczas na przykład ataku postacią, która się przemieni w smoka, to czy podpory będą mogły cię zestanować i co, masz stana w powietrzu, postać spada, otrzymasz dodatkowe obrażenie, cokolwiek? No tutaj nic o tym nie mówią. Strasznie zawężyli tą informację, ale może warto zadać to na czacie. Postaram się, zobaczymy co odpowiedzą.
It's kind of funny though, it's distinctly PoE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
It's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop, but I mean, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure. You can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the Druid and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the Druids thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, Keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the Keystones there. It was based on what's it called? PoE1's is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the Keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more Keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity. Where,
O,
like,
jeszcze drugi temat,
what does
to
it do?
z
It's like
tą mgłą,
doubles
czy
your
ona tam
maximum rage,
tylko
but makes you
będzie
don't
na
get inherent
rogach
bonuses from rage. So it's
widoczna,
like,
żeby
if you
troszeczkę
really wanna
odciąć
do
się od
the,
tego
skills that are
szarości
rage
tej całej,
consumers, like
żeby
rampage,
było
and you
widać
just
co
wanna
koło ciebie
rampage
jest
for as
normalnie w
much time as
kolorze, nie?
possible, you obviously go
Tak jak
for
było
that
to widać
keystone.
na tym,
You
czy to
lose
jest
the
jakiś
benefits of
inny
rage, but you
mechanizm?
get to rampage around for
Też
twice
spróbuję
as long.
zapytać, może też coś
You
powiedzą.
know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well, and I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, and so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
It is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then, like, I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
So
passives.
far.
So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
it's fun.
Because it's cool.
Okay.
Because it's cool. There
That's
really
the
is
best
no other
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
It's an
I don't know.
existential crisis as a
but
node.
That fits period.
initially I always write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
Bad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just,
I love
I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final a secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you
want to do more of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned or out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal
right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I never have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore, you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works. So
like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah,
more
mostly that's just
unclear.
because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Val expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
They're not connected. Like they
not at all, right?
They're not. Aside from both of them having a buttock in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. That was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Czat leci, ale chyba stream się wcina.
Great. These buttocks is for everyone here.
Cóż.
Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is linked into the campaign and story to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat thing going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world.
Ludzie się śmieją, że cały czas mają nogi
from the
przełożone
get-go.
przez
Like,
nogi.
does it feel like a little bit,
W sensie, że
growth
jedna na
weakness
drugiej.
throughout,
Ale zauważcie, że już zmienili chyba.
If we'd have had it, so it's
Wcześniej
like
mieli
you're
tak
time
samo.
traveling into the past, like the moment you walk
To
out
jest
the
chyba
gate,
taka
it's like,
zagrywka.
yeah, it's just not quite right. So, yeah,
Żeby nie siedzieli rozkraczeni,
we
na
decided what we'll do is
przykład,
we'll
nie
make
mam
so that, you know,
pojęcia.
is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit
Coś tu się
simpler like to
przycięło.
start out with, and then once you opens up, you go into the past. You've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make two versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff, but I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one.
Yeah,
It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary. 3 dimensions deep of like I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Val sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. It's a ton of variations of those, where for like each act we're like...
Ale nie mówią nic na przykład o MTX-ach, nie ma żadnej informacji, czy będzie więcej istniejących już skinów i innych rzeczy, które są dostępne i czy oni coś tu dorzucą? Chyba nic. To nie ten moment.
Okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. Like this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along and like some Mesamites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
Yeah. So I'd say that like it does sort of I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really, didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was like
the
PoE 1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in PoE 2, like, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so when I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
No. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes,
and then I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game and then it was like a week later or something. You sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on. Made look really awesome, but yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah,
in the evening,
I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
yeah,
good, right?
it's always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill Atziri or
It never fully resets, but when you kill Atziri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. So it goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated Atziri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will. Like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize, because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill Atziri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then yeah, you can just juice it really high.
Nasze ulubione teksty w stylu Atziri, Atziri. W końcu będzie miał przełożenie temat.
Really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example, at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while.
Zastanawiam się o tych runach, bo one będą miały nowe afiksy.
You can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So you can,
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs.
O, to dobrze, że można będzie grupować wejście między mapami Atziri. Będzie urozmaicone, fajnie. Więc zakładam, że to będzie tak samo, że jak w innych tych, będzie się wchodziło do waypointa, wybierało sobie dungeon na tej tablicy, no i szło, nie? Dalej.
And this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and Atziri destroying.
Dalej uważam, że te wszystkie rzeczy powinny być dostępne w twoim hideoutie. Nie uważam potrzeby takiego przechodzenia między konkretnymi miejscami. Mogliby to tak trochę ułatwić jeszcze, nie? Ale to pewnie w przyszłości. Zakaz.
Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak, but yeah, like getting that
Ludzie
right
tutaj piszą
and feeling
informacje,
right
że
will be
będzie
important.
zmieniony atlas i w ogóle będzie
It's
remodyfikowany.
honestly hard to say
Poza tym, co
if it is right
widzieliśmy,
right
że
now,
dojdzie
but it's the thing, we say we've
atlas
thought about it, but it can be very easy to
dla...
see that and be like, hey, they're doing the
Co my
same
tam
mistake
mamy?
they've made
A,
last
dla
time. Which
Abyssal.
you're not wrong.
Więc się zastanawiam,
Depending on,
i
honestly,
ludzie w sumie na
having
czacie
the
widzę
lever
też,
this time in place
czy
on
oni
our
jeszcze
maps,
będą
just going
zmieniali
instead of
wartości ustawień
entire
tych
border
wszystkich
reset
drzewek,
kind of
które
thing.
już są. One
Yeah, we get to
rebalans
control
mają
that a lot
mieć,
better and
podobno.
iterate on that if we need
Gdzieś
to,
ktoś
so-
tak wyłuskał
Yeah,
to z
that's
tego,
true.
Thought about it,
co
but
było
I can-
puszczone
I
wcześniej.
can see, 'cause I was just thinking about it going, I reckon people are gonna get mad at this. I was just looking at it going like, you know, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if you, again, it's the
Well,
kind of
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
Because how
yes.
can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like? You know, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
You
So
can't-
I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we
Yeah.
didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first
Yeah,
place.
yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah, yeah.
You want to use those
so
patches then. and
you'll
there.
see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just go on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Or, like,
Yeah, I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no,
Yeah.
there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
you
that a little
can.
bit later.
Well, you always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
Yeah,
the,
it felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropped here from the in-world encounters.
Yeah.
So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's
pretty
obviously some
much.
modifications, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak, of...
Yeah, like you're getting a lesser jewels or been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaigns. So it's good to see you continuing with that then. It felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Varlorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Varlorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high-end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier
Tak.
risk now in some
like it.
cases. Yeah.
Tym ryzykowaniem dobrze powiedzieli.
Like, oh man, this
Z reguły, że może
many
zrobić puf,
demands at this
a
point.
nie będzie.
Well, no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
So you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Varlords there as well to kind of.
Yeah, I didn't want to Varlorb to just. I mean, you'd still use them on light waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Atziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Atziri, Val uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Val uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's still sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some. You
can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Val items because they've been like
incompatible item
infused with royal bloodline blood. And so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here and, you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has, like, Soul Leader. And
Ktoś mi nie powiedział,
it's like a level 39 base type.
że przynajmniej napisał na czacie, że
This is a tool we
wszystko w
could use to
następnym
make
patchu.
that
Zauważyliście? To już jest
more
któryś raz z
in-game
rzędu, że
viable.
w następnym patchu zrobimy to, zrobimy to, ale tu się nie wyrobiliśmy, a w następnym patchu takie dajemy wam troszkę teraz, żebyście czekali na więcej później. Ciekawe podejście.
Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah. And
I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, ones at the end.
I mean, you've
then
also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going
true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Valley.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the scale.
Glory kind of
Chociaż to delikatnie przycina, a to jest u nich na streamie, bo czat cały czas jest aktywny.
Really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right. Shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just. But right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it. It just made it not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we were kind of we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with rewards, or we can say no leagues do. In which case, it's more about like which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like Waystones, they all get regular. They'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion, so...
Ale nie powiedzieli nic na temat tego, czy mgła będzie się przesuwała tylko w narożnikach i będziesz ją widział na kątach oka, czy to jest raczej tak, że wchodzisz w tą mgłę, ona się tam wyczyszcza. Z tego filmiku, co pokazali, to wyglądało tylko tyle, że idziesz i ona jest cały czas dookoła widoczna w rogach gry. Ale... zobaczmy.
Something like Fate of the Val, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks. Like,
so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool. That require,
Ciekawe, czy jeszcze powiedzą o tym, że można teraz mieć +2 w skillach więcej do gemów, które już są zwalowane. Czyli jeżeli mamy poziom 20 game skilla i będzie 21 i jeszcze będziemy mieć dodatkowy bonus +2, to razem to jest 23 poziom Base'a. Ciekawe.
We're trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the in game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
So I do want to put people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and we
also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
but yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your Atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but
no właśnie, te bacony, które się będzie zbierało, też ciekawe wyglądały, nie? I trochę możesz iść, zebrać punkty i potem to się otwiera gdzieś w innym miejscu. Też spoko. Ciekawe, czy będzie jakiś counter tego gdzieś na dole, tak jak altarów.
That whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1. Was not our end goal, you know what I mean? Like, they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like, honestly, we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like, some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And, there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated. and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off.
Okej, czyli
and
faktycznie tylko ta
all
przestrzeń dookoła
fogs in the
postaci
games, there's
będzie...
been multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate.
Czyli
until
jednak
we
to jest
feel
ta
like it's
przestrzeń
about right,
dookoła
but yeah.
postaci, okej. Potwierdzili.
Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended, so obviously...
Tak, nazwijmy to
fixing it is the
featurem.
important thing, but yeah, I noticed that the guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't
Fajnie, że
read
mając
it.
słuchawki podpięte, to
Looked a lot
nie
better
muszą
than
patrzeć na
this.
prompter,
Yeah, it's,
jakie są
it's a big
pytania,
improvement
tylko im
for sure.
przekazują i kierują rozmowę w tą
So
stronę.
you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah. That's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game. We actually would wish that the rest of the end game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything. Then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into. So the highest AoE thing possible. So
it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE. You're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course.
Yeah.
But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that.
Yeah.
So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making
2.5 hour,
tree,
czyli za 2,5 godziny,
I guess this is a little bit
więc
of
czekamy jeszcze troszkę na
we're
patch
adding a little
notesy.
bit of it in a few places, but
Na pewno
I
spróbuję
wanna
przez
make
nie
sure that
przejść,
you can
przeanalizować.
invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. But I don't want one to. At that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops.
W międzyczasie możecie wejść
NXP
sobie
and
na
all of that
stronę
stuff.
po tu
So
i tam są już informacje o druidzie, więc już kilka grafik dodali, jakieś tam krótkie opisy. Ja przez to przejdę,
Whereas right
bo
now,
później
Exile
będę
is
chciał
just
pójść
a
na
straight
te
multiplicative
informacje o
times XP scale. I mean,
change list,
obviously not for
patch,
rares and bosses.
update
But,
information,
you know,
no
it is,
ale
and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scale.
ktoś może chce zerknąć w
And I don't
międzyczasie,
want
jak
to
ma
take
dwa
that
ekrany.
away. Like, I want people to be able to do that. But that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of a right, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated
No
this
to
a bit,
autoskalowanie
but
też
it
będzie
is-
ciekawe,
I
nie?
don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through just decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into kind of spoiler territory. But yeah,
that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like,
Ciekawe,
noticing
czy
or feeling that,
te
or
25%
what problems you
z
foresee?
TPU,
I don't
FPS-ów,
think it's
wydajności
necessarily wrong that
ogólnie,
it's like that. One
to
of the things
będzie
we really wanna try and
jakiś
make
toolbar
sure of in PoE2,
w ustawieniach, że można będzie sobie
when we're
adjustment
sort of
zrobić,
doing
jakieś
sort of from
poprawki?
scratch pass on this is
Czy
that
to jednak
the
jest
amount
tak,
of
że oni po
rebuilding
prostu
this
coś
is something
zeskalowali,
that's
zmniejszyli,
equivalent to
dodali,
the amount
poprawili?
of
Najważniejsze, żeby to
text
robili od
code.
zera zawsze, no?
And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that.
Później jest
because,
ciężej już po prostu
by
to
doing that, it means that we can
edytować,
try to get,
zmieniać,
like,
poprawiać.
we don't want a situation where
No.
like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the Magic versus Rare is we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is what if your build can one hit either of them in
Ciekawe,
any case.
40 000 osób
So
na
that kind of
Twitchu,
like changes,
ponad.
I guess, the way that feels
Miło.
a little bit. So but as I said,
Ale
it
czat
shouldn't
nie jest
be the
jakiś
case
super
that
żywy,
there's
w
more than
sensie
one
na
monster.
początek był
White
bardzo
monsters can drop
hypowany,
anything
a
still,
teraz
it's just,
już
there's
It
the
does,
balance
it
there.
does make a certain
przystopowuje.
amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that.
Ktoś tutaj
ultimately.
pisze o Summoning
That's what we're
Circle.
looking at.
Kojarzycie te takie stony, które tam przywołują tego poza, z którego nic nie leci? Ciekawe, czy też coś będą w tym robić, że będą różne bossy, lepsze dropy, wiecie, żeby to było bardziej rewarded, nie? Tak jakbyś naprawdę jakiegoś soczystego potworka chciał zabić, bo lecisz i czekasz, a nie ma bonusu.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options
Więc
we have
wszyscy go
now,
pomijają,
it
nie?
makes sense, but yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then. There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1 where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating
Right, right.
symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot because you just had this thing of like, you know, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's kind of been a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that, like, you know, everything feels it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, you know, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious.
Tak,
game
kolejna
mechanic.
podpowiedź z czatu, że
Cash money, dollar bills.
150 rarity build are still mandatory. No i tak to brzmi, nie? Że jeżeli chcecie, żeby coś wypadało, to jednak ten MF będzie ważny, nie? Rarity,
I just remembered
dropy.
you spoke about rare monsters
To
and I was like,
podstawa.
hold on, did we?
Dzięki temu
I don't
currency
think we
leci
deployed or
lepiej,
sorry about this
więc
change, but I know that taking
taki
away all the
hotspot,
rare
sweet
minimap
spot
icons
raczej.
was
To 150 około.
a bit anger-inducing, because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, you know, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
Appear on the minimap.
appear on the minimap.
You know, the funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering. I was like,
we intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that
you
was
just
implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon. So strongbox you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, well, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah. So it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least. I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things,
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because yes, then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people.
Czekanie
that's
na
a
takie
perfect
rzeczy,
example of, again, it's,
jak zawsze.
it's why I don't want people to not give feedback.
Zapytałem, może jeszcze też powiedzą odnośnie
It's a good case study, 'cause I'm
tych
honestly
5%
surprised that you
ostatnich
did
mobów,
that,
które zostają na
because
mapie. Kojarzycie,
it
że
seemed
idziesz,
like,
zostało
I
parę
love the
sztuk
rare
i
icons, but
i
I
w
was
sumie
definitely
nie wyczyściło
looking
się
at the minimap, I'm only looking at the minimap
i ty już
now,
masz
so it
wychodzić,
kinda
czy
seemed
czy
like a
nie,
change for our own
a one mogłyby po
situation,
prostu już do
but
ciebie się
what you're
zbiec
doing
albo
here is
coś,
Yeah, it seems like it's
wskoczyć na ciebie,
saving
zaatakować cię
the
ostatnio taką
players that
falą
feel
przed
like
zakończeniem gry,
that they FOMOing
nie licząc
because
boss
like,
roomu i
I
może
know I
ewentualnie
missed
czegoś
like
więcej,
a
no?
league mechanic in the map
Byłoby
somewhere
ciekawie.
after this, like,
Mówię o
this is
mapowaniu,
really
nie?
bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. A nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait.
What more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
fully
It's in the
forgot about
Q&A.
it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more, like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. And that does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to, the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with, more the ease of it, the ease of getting it, but that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah,
like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve, and, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it, and now we've
Z tymi 240 punktami pasywek coś jeszcze będzie pewnie zmigrowane, zmieszane, ale jeszcze nie teraz.
Around the mercenary, for example, this time, like, as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to, like, more some prod speedy stuff, because, like, we were, like, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so we're like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, so we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about, like, why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely, yeah.
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But, you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but
To mnie trochę razi.
we'll see.
We'll nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we
tak,
talked
żeby
about
nie
this,
było, że jestem
we
źle
discussed around
oświetlony.
the idea of like letting
Mniej na
shield
twarz.
values be
Za dużo
high,
światła.
but
Oczy
really
bolą.
focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
That is still the
aiming and angling
intention,
that
yes.
direction?
That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, yep, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
Cool.
look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
energy shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what did this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it
No, mówię o
issues like
mana issue. Mana issue to jest jak nie używasz licza albo jakiegoś regena.
It does seem to be other power level that's like overriding
Zrozumienie
other
niekiedy
aspects
tych
of the
wszystkich
game,
pasywek i ich
kind of
powiązań
breaks that in
bywa
many
trudne.
cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure,
Missy.
like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical
Klasa
damage
skilla.
that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so that the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have to look at it, but I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone.
I expected
Goodbye
that one.
homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how
Nawet
people
były
gonna
plus
feel about
4.
that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat
Brakuje.
over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It
Ciężko
was adding
znaleźć,
insane
zrobić
amount
plus
of
4
complexity to
nawet,
crafting
więc
but anyway,
skraftowanie
no,
jest ciężkie,
I
takich wysokich
particularly
rolek.
was- Yeah, I particularly was like,
Jak się
I
siedzi za
actually
krótko,
don't
to
like
ciężej, na
crafting
pewno.
mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them.
No, musisz wiedzieć,
Ah,
które
fuck,
mody
it's a bit
użyć,
tricky.
żeby
It's
dostać
like
to,
a
co
whole other
potrzebujesz,
conversation probably.
Yeah.
bo tam
But,
jest
yeah, like they
kilkanaście
showed me that,
opcji i
that
jak
they
źle
were quite
wybierzesz,
right
to
to
tego nie
tier
dostaniesz, co
two.
szukasz,
So,
nie?
yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's
crafting
real
in a
easy to
bit,
just
yeah.
pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
And in
that
particular,
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1, you had this thing where, if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then,
Play
like
Spellcaster.
Spellcaster was the thing you could do.
That was the
And
thing.
we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that, items do matter on Spellcasters as well.
So,
Yeah.
so why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully
but
understand
plus
that. I think
gems
the mana
does.
cost thing might be part of it for sure,
Sure,
the increase in
yeah.
the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A
'cause you
fizz
can-
weapon is not the
yeah.
only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like,
That might be it.
and
That
that's
might
it.
be part of
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's
Yeah.
it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
It is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know. Like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that
Yes.
plus gems is.
added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damage is there.
Yeah.
Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I
Yeah.
find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, there's of this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of
The
it.
damage is extra.
That's another take on that
I
whole
mean, that's well.
idea.
We've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The
Ktoś
prefixes.
zapytał fajnie na czacie,
Those are all now
czy oni
double
planują
wands
zostawić
as opposed to, I think it
konkretne
was
skille pod
50
konkretnymi rodzajami
55% higher than
broni?
wands, give or take.
Wiecie,
So-
ogranicza to dość mocno
and then, so if you
miksowanie
want-
rzeczy, nie?
Like it
No,
just
może w
adds more
przyszłości
reason to want to use a staff.
jest
So the
szansa na
staff
to, że to
prefix is
zmienią.
a double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage. I actually think it was
Right,
than
yeah.
a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not
So
right.
at least now staffs are going to be better.
Right.
But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And
There
you're
are a few
like,
cases of that.
I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
Definitely, it isn't worth it.
it isn't, yes.
Yeah.
The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay, we need to
we're
do
doing a
something
little
about
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're
Right,
trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but, I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
Well, I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with. Again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value, but. That is at conflict of removing it, so there's a little bit of like we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just.
No właśnie, też ciekawe, czy nie będą chcieli, wiecie, na koniec, w drugiej połowie sezonu jest tak, że liga się już rozkręciła, dużo osób podchodzi i nikt nie używa Exaltów na przykład, nie? I co zrobić z taką ilością tysiąców sztuk? Nie tylko na tradzie, nie?
The drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very
it's okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
Oni powiedzieli Dex. Nie mylcie ze słowem angielskojęzycznym dla innego wyrazu.
Okay. On the topic of balance for
Dexternity. Chodziło im o Dexternity.
Lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and
coś na zasadzie
even having its
big
own kind of version of stun
Dex.
through electrocute, and I guess separate problems.
Nie używajmy złogosłownictwa.
For example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily. Nice. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So, again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
But
intended to be that way.
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damage directly, it is in some indirect way. It needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around, and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock.
O, używają Nightbota, zobaczcie.
Yep.
Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more.
Nightbot.
Often, but then often the
Pozdrawiam.
boss is sitting, or the monsters are sitting in there. Then poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. They will have their time, and they may have already had their I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. It's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
like,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously, and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to... I want to see how it goes, but I definitely... feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not there's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right, let's just change everything and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it, for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like, no significant change to
Zastanawiam
that.
się, czy dobrze ustawiłem dźwięk
It's still
tła.
there. When you're playing through,
Z
even
tym,
though
co
it's
mówię,
core, when you're
czy
playing
oni
through
nie
the
są zbyt
campaign,
cicho, ale nikt nic nie
much like
zgłaszał,
you get
więc
the
mam
world
nadzieję,
map
że jest dobrze.
icon, so it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6, and each give throughout the entire campaign. Each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not, and so you're giving you a bit of that throughout, so we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it, and
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting,
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
We're finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So that's kind of our philosophy on that. So retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? Like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting, trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Nie ma jeszcze patchnotesów. Czekamy na info o 0.4.
Right, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got... And, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
yeah,
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always
that's
will.
a thing. Yeah,
There's probably some people that want to move
faster. Yeah.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree. But
yeah,
I don't
I've
know.
been more on that side of things. Like, maybe make some of the maps a little smaller, so move speed's less important. I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on. Yeah, it was that topic. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thanks, team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly.
Tak spamują tą
Fairly well.
transition
Yeah,
control,
We're
M
at the
key.
same stance on that, really.
mouse, keyboard.
Which is it's interesting
To
because
to, co pisałem.
technically,
Fajnie
if
jakby
we end
było
up
miksowane,
acknowledging
nie?
that that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in
Jakieś
both
mięsko.
contexts, and
Pewnie z kebaba.
we might end up who knows what side of the
przeszkadzało.
fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean?
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely. But is that
Ten spam jest
we've done
dość
number buffs at the very
ważny, mi
least,
się
yes.
wydaje, bo byłoby
I think
wygodniej,
almost
jakbyśmy
every
mogli
CSC class has
przepinać
some level,
jednocześnie z
like,
dwóch
honestly, some of
opcji,
it is like one node
chodzić
change,
wsadem,
some
ale
of it,
klikasz też
like
myszką.
for example,
Teraz to nie
Pathfinder's got
działa. Teraz albo klikasz myszką,
two whole new
albo chodzisz na
notables,
wsadzie.
and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just to that we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
been pretty
changes
in
everywhere.
the thick of it?
I think the
balance.
patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No,
Oby tego
it's
Melasa,
kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite.
oby
it's
się tym
funny
Melasem
phenomenon
dało
right now
grać,
where
tak
it's
tylko
like,
powiem, nie?
whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's
but also
spears.
gets
It's like
spears.
doesn't count as well.
But
It's like a half ranged
is
weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee? Then you get that.
There's always
so.
this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know. We need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is
dodadzą?
understood. It seems.
To
It's,
tylko miecze.
a bit too
Kto
fundamental.
chodzi z
isn't it?
mieczem, mając buławę?
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one, where like just having an uncapped combo thing, then you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up
Nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. it seemed like at one point like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
a
like
case of long
That
time.
was
I remember
actually,
there was like
that was
some
actually
notes or
for the
something.
huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
Like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time,
So it's,
and yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time.
Okej.
But
Okej.
it's much
Czyli
more
będzie.
close than it was last time. Like, there's just some
Zajebiście.
stuff that needs to
Aby
happen, but like, you know,
przeskoczyli te
there's a
błędy.
thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
Yeah, I know.
actually do inventory management.
I know.
controller.
We will have it, but yeah,
Controller
it's-
inventory. Oof,
yeah.
No.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, it's got to. I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like it'll be. I really want it to be next year. But
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we
2027
wanted.
release, nie
Certainly by
prędzej
having,
oficjalny, czyli jeszcze rok.
to make all the leagues
Cały
constantly
przyszły
and all
rok.
of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like, you know,
no, you need to do.
You gotta.
we want people to play the game still and
Exactly,
enjoy
yeah,
it
they
and,
do.
you know, do what we want to do. But so, yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much, like, extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Worthwhile. Yeah.
So
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
so
true. That's
that's
true.
what needs to happen first. So, you know,
It's a good trade-off.
yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look,
That's
we did
FPS.
25. I said 25% as a commitment because, like, that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like, I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver
Yeah,
was the
yeah.
plan, but
Gotcha.
effectively, like, yeah, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. So like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, you know, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some
Okej, czyli znowu
issues.
mogą
I'm
się
really hoping we
wywalać
don't run into that.
gry,
We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all
ale
those kinds of issues.
odzyskamy
But,
stabilność
effectively,
grania. To
that
chyba
we
coś
can
za
worry,
coś.
but
Później
I
to na
think
fixa
that,
mi
it was
naprawią,
definitely
ale
worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because
brzmi
it is
dobrze.
way better. And you know,
Wiecie,
I
na
probably
100
should make, like, a
FPS-ów
video
masz
on exactly,
120,
like, you know,
na,
some of the, like, go into the
na
details,
60
dive into it at some
czy tam
point, 'cause it's
50
kind of
masz
interesting.
60, tak?
It feels like
A przy
even
200,
still,
no może nawet około
occasionally
240.
you guys are still
Może to nie
just
jest
finding
skalowalne w ten sposób, ale
ridiculous things that, like,
yeah.
oh,
Ale
we
niech
just
będzie
made
to
it a whole nother
10,
chunk
20
faster.
FPS-ów
exactly.
Just 'cause of some
więcej.
just ancient thing.
Tam coś spadnie do 50, masz 70.
We definitely still
I
find some
może nawet
stuff, and yeah, like
65. Dalej się
it's gonna
opłaca.
be a lot better.
I expect to
Fajnie.
sort of, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah,
for
no,
like a
exactly.
while.
So that's the other thing is, like, I want to spend even more time on getting getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point, like, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have.
Over
Just because
recently.
it's been such a big issue, and you know, like I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
So
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's
go
interested
and
in listening to us
read
anymore.
the
They've got,
patch notes.
they've got
Oh,
the
all
stuff.
right, everybody's gone. No, thank you
Okej,
very much, guys.
faktycznie
It was, a
są
pleasure to talk to you once again,
patch
and,
notes
look forward to
dostępne.
checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Well, it's
you.
good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone. We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everyone.
time. Thanks for watching.
Which camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
Look at all the cameras.
Okej, fajnie.
Right.
Naprawdę się postarali. Zobaczymy, jakie będą tego pozostałe efekty. Ja uważam, że poszło mi nieźle. Natomiast z rzeczy, które mogę zrobić teraz, to wydaje mi się, że patch notes. Czy one będą widoczne, jakie dodam do tej grupy? Szybki check. Tak, patch notes będą widoczne. Ja już wyłączę naszych dostawców, oni są już mało potrzebni. Co my możemy zrobić za to? Możemy przejść sobie po kolei przez patch notes, które dodali. Ale zanim to zrobimy, jest jeszcze jedna zakładka, którą wrzucili, o której też nie wspomnieli za bardzo w trakcie. Więc jest już odliczanie, jest opcja, że możemy sobie zerknąć co, kto, jak i gdzie, o której może wystartować. Więc jeżeli ktoś będzie polował, tak jak ja, no to 7 dni 21 godzin do release'u. Czyli tak naprawdę 3 godziny wstecz od teraz, o godzinie 20 w następny piątek 12 będziemy mieć już dostęp do gry. Przynajmniej w Polsce. Dobra, jakbyście weszli sobie na Path of Exile Druid, to już mamy coś tutaj dodane. Ja troszeczkę przybliżę, żeby było to trochę czytelniejsze. Natomiast każdy może sobie wejść indywidualnie i patrzeć, co go tam zainteresowało. Ja zakładam, że ten filmik to będzie to samo, co było. Tak, to jest to samo. Obejrzmy jeszcze raz.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
No jak widać bronie dwuręczne, tak? Okej.
I will find you, Eve.
December. Fajne, no to... Okej, po niemiecku. Może być po niemiecku. Loss of the final here, unleash the will of the single shape shift into wolf, bear, or even fire-breathing wyvern. No to wywerna, a dragon to dragon, tak? No, wywerna jest mniejsza, można powiedzieć, niż smok. No i też ma inną kształt i budowę. No dobra. Dojdą nowe ascendencje do tej klasy, nowa mechanika w grze. Można będzie craftować swój własny dungeon. No to co widzieliśmy od Alwy. I nowy Pinnacle Boss Endgame. To jest bardzo ważne. Natomiast co w Druidzie? Druid Shape Changing Elemental Spellcaster, czyli Spellcaster. To jest postać, którą lubię. W sensie ogólnie każdy Spellcaster jest łatwiejszy do grania, jak już się uzbiera na nim w miarę odpowiedni build. Problemem są tylko bossy, które tankują mocno, a jest ich kilka. Natomiast w overall to jest dość wygodna gra, bo czyści często całą mapę w przeciwieństwie do zwykłego Melasa. Bałem się, że druida zrobią bardziej pod Melasa, no ale jak widać po dzisiejszym tym jest to niezłe. Dobra. Co my mamy tutaj? Shapeshifting Wolf. No, zgrabnie, szybko. Szybkie ataki. On będzie nastawiony na szybkie ataki. Ale mam wrażenie, że nie bije obszarowo. Że to jest dalej... Może to początkowe jakieś... Nie wiem. Początkowa walka, tak? Specjalnie pokazany jest styl. Bo potem i tak to można zmiksować. Tak, dojdą talizmany. New type of weapon, czyli zakładam, że to jest talizman. Primal talisman po prostu. Physical damage, accurate rating, critical damage, gain life. Coś, co już znamy. I physical damage u góry i critical hit i speed, czyli standardowo. Druid can call up to the power of Dryad to transform into the animal. When you equip animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like to represent. To, co pokazali, czyli praktycznie dwie główne i smok, wywerna. As a creature of the night, the wolf channeled the energy of the moon itself into the fury of ferocious attacks. Ble, ble, ble. I jak zwykle jest summon pack of the minions. Tutaj, jak widać, tego nie pokazują. Co to za miniony? Czy to są te same miniony, co masz ze szkieletów? Czy jakieś dedykowane? Wiadomo, że będą koło ciebie biegały jakieś wilczki, tak? To nawet widać, że no, jakaś szansa na to tutaj może być. No ale zobaczymy. Przykładowy unique. Co my tu mamy na przykładowym unique'u? Physical damage standardowo, inteligencja, increase skill effect duration. Enemies in your presence are hindered. Nie wiem, czy kojarzycie, hindered to jest to, że to, co jesteś otoczony, zwiększa ci ilość hinderend. Czekaj, żebym tutaj czegoś nie przestrzelił. Hindered, explain. Szybciutko w Mobalytics może być. Debuff reduces movement speed. Bla bla bla. Ale to jest traktowane bardziej jako chance to hinder, jako enemies. Czy nie? Czy ja się teraz pomyliłem? Hinder can inflict the monsters and can also inflict on you by monsters. No dobra, to założenie jest, że ty hinderujesz moby. Zgodnie z tym, co tutaj podali. Enemies in your presence are hindered. To spowalniasz moby, na przykład. Gain one druidic powers for every 20 total rage spent. Okej. To teraz pytanie, jak będzie przeliczane, nie? Ten druidic powers. Zakładam, że to będzie takie stakowanie jak innych power charge, że to będą po prostu druidic power charge, tak byśmy je mogli chyba nazwać. No, nie ma tu jeszcze za dużo szczegółów, ale lecimy dalej. Lunar Assault. Werewolf. To jest ten akurat skill tylko dla Werewolfa. Ciekawe. Ale masz covered 80% physical damage as cold damage, more magnitude of chilling i freeze build-up. No, standardowo bonusy. Co my mamy w następnym? Również dla Werewolfa, bo jesteśmy na tej zakładce Gag Length Meters Gag Wide, czyli pewnie zasięg naszego ataku. Flying Ice Fragments within 7 meters. Flinks. No to co widzicie, w niektórych z tych takich szcząteczki pewnie będą lecieć. Ciekawe, czy to będzie to, czy się mylę. Cross Flash i Shockwave. Ok, czyli można to będzie miksować. Lunar Blessing. Znowu dla Werewolfa, tylko dedykowany skill. One wszystkie są, jak widzicie, jeden z ataku, drugi z ataku. Jest tylko jeden dostępny jako spell. Więc pytanie, jak do tego podejdziemy? Ale też jest zaznaczony jako atak. Czy oni mają tutaj błąd? Spell jest spellem, nie atakiem? Może jest jakaś opcja na mix. A co za tym idzie, będzie można miksować damage ataku z damage'em ze skilli. Ciekawe, jak to będzie rozwiązane. No dobra. Brzmi trochę jak mix, nie? Bo w sensie spell zazwyczaj był traktowany jako spell i nie mógł być afektowany przez atak. Ataki nie są spellami. No dobra. W opisie mamy cooldown, does not recover, doing buff effect, knock back enemies, no to odrzuty typowe, cooldowny, debuff duration, czyli przyspieszamy debuffy, atakując w tej pozycji. Wydaje mi się, że to jest rozsądne, bo dzięki temu po prostu zyskujemy odporność. Ale ten debuff, czego dotyczy? Czy to jest traktowane jako... Nie, no wydaje mi się, że to jest zwykły debuff. Nie sądzę, żeby on miał coś więcej ponad. Gdzie ja jak zmniejszę trochę ekran. Dobra, jest ok. No i tu jeszcze jako dodatkowa opcja na końcu był converts 100% of physical damage to cold damage, czyli 100%, nie ma straty, czyli jeżeli ktoś będzie chciał pójść w colda, to jest dobry, fajny kierunek. Druga, Shapeshifting Beer. Tutaj też możemy sobie pooglądać już tego rodzaju mikrofilmik. Ale tu się już jakoś nie postarali. Natomiast coś w opisie. Hulking Power to Strange, Brave, bla bla. True Enemies, Leaving Devastation, It Weak. Demolishing Hordes of Monsters. No to hord takich nie ma z reguły, one są rozrzucone, te potwory. Rzadko idzie w grupie 15 obok ciebie mobów, tak? Więc jak widać, atakujesz per jeden. Nie ma tu ataku wszystkich naraz, no chyba, że się już zbiegną. Więc jak się już zbiegną, to ciekawe, czy jest jakiś skill, który powoduje, że one się do ciebie zbiegają. Taki bloker z ciebie, żeby się zrobił na przykład, nie? Build up the rage, the empowers the attacks and roars, ultimately turning into a walking calamity. No dobra. Co my mamy ze skilli? Furious Slam. Build up stanów. Time if not standing. Time when shape shifting. Do base. No spoko. Shockwave reduce. Też zasięgi. Spend 10 range to perform enraged slam if possible. Ok, czyli szybki build-up rage'a będzie naszym zyskiem na tej postaci. Im większy, tym szybciej będzie można coś wykonywać albo używać częściej. Zobaczymy, jakie będą ograniczenia w przeliczeniach. I enraged będzie attack damage 110%, czyli już na starcie dostajecie 10% damage'a w tej formie. Fajne skalowanko. To pewnie liczone jest jako baza. No i standardowo stany, base attack time not standing, one shapeshifting, shockwave, no to bardzo przydatna umiejętność. Jagged ground duration. Jagged ground, czym był jagged ground? Jagged ground. Poły tu. Skorzystajmy z PDB. Nie ma tu nic tam. Może tutaj będzie trochę więcej. Support skills consume endurance charge on use. Support skills create jagged ground when consuming engine charge. Last 3 seconds. Ciekawe. Co on jeszcze ma w opisach? No dobra, niestety nie ma tu za wiele. Ja jestem ślepy. Już taka godzina niestety. Następny Four Fuse Roar. Shape Shifting Bear. Empowers on attack per 10 enemy power in range. Counting up to 50 power. Ciekawe ile to utrzymuje się ten Empower. Empower jest fajny, bo on fajnie podnosi depsa. Gain to rage per enemy power in range, czyli jedno do drugiego się skaluje. Empowered attacks breaks armor. Okej, break armor jest całkiem fajnym rozwiązaniem. Szybciej padają potwory. I potem mamy Warcry'a. Triggers socketed Warcry instead of Forces Roar effect. Okej, czyli jakieś Warcry'a możemy tam sobie podpiąć. Którychś, no jest ich dużo, więc wybór będzie pewnie zwiększyli jeszcze ilość. 30 nowych skill gemów doszło, więc tym bardziej. Socked skills have 50 increased array of effect. 50% to jest dużo. Ciekawe jak one się będą skalować. Attacks empowered by socked skills deal 38 increased damage. No to co, zwiększamy prawie że o 50%, nie? Socketowane skille. 50% to jest dużo, to wyobraźcie sobie tak jakbyście o pół poziomu podnieśli sobie 21 poziom jakiegoś skill gema, tak? 50% to jest ogromna ilość. Może nie może nie jest to dwukrotnością, ale i tak z 100 atakujesz 150 milionów? To jest niezłe. Shapeshifting Wyvern. To jest ta trzecia forma, którą pokazywali. Mówili na nią Dragon. Wyverna jest jakąś tam odmianą smoków, ale jest dużo mniejsza niż smoczki. Ale też, jak widzicie, jest dość szybka. Mam wrażenie, że to jest też speedowe. Nie podoba mi się też, że ona jest w tej formie non-stop. Ciekawe, czy ta opcja jest do wyłączenia. Raczej wątpię. Po prostu biegasz jako smoki, tyle, nie? W sensie wyverna. Single storms. Wyvern leaps into the combat slash bla bla bla. Fresh deadly Wyvern call lightning explosion. Aha, czyli to jest jakiś dedykowany skill pewnie. Ten lightning, widać wszystko prądem atakuje. And spits balls of fire. O, to jest ten miks, którego zazwyczaj się nie wykorzystuje. W sensie zazwyczaj wszyscy idą w zamrażanie, spowalnianie, a fire zazwyczaj jest damage over time'em, nie? Więc ciekawe połączenie. Of course, it can also track the skies and rain down streams of flame upon in the falls. It's dragon, after all. No właśnie, to co powiedziałem. Odmiana smoka to wywerna. Mniejsza, drobniejsza, ale lata i zionie ogniem. Wing Blast. Co my tutaj mamy? Też jesteś przemieniony w wywernę, więc mamy bonusów takich jak Total Attack Time, czyli jeden atak trwa dłużej, przedłużenie czasu. Attack Damage sam z base'a masz 103%. No okej, no to 3% damage'u dostajesz gratisem w tej formie. Cannot cause stun build-up. Okej, jeżeli nie możesz stanować, to teraz trzeba skalować to inaczej, nie możesz mieć stanów. Po prostu wybierasz inne umiejętności, żeby nie stanować, bo one ci nic nie wnoszą. Przynajmniej przy Wing Blaście. Ale nie sądzę, żebyś cały czas latał jezioną ogniem, bo to też pewnie ma swoje ograniczenie. Surpassing chance to grant a power change on heavy stun modified by monster power. Okej, grant a power change on heavy stun. Czyli ten skill nie może stanować, trzeba go wywołać innym, ale jak już jest, to masz 10% szans, że dostaniesz power charge'a. Okay. I Shockwave cannot cause stun build-up, to już mówiliśmy. Shockwave radius jest 2 metry, ale Shockwave się przydaje, no można na szoku przecież generować różnego rodzaju bonusy. Devour. Up to half second to total attack time based on distance traveled. up to... Ciekawe... Attack time. Im dalej, tym dłużej atakuje. Czy jak dalej jest po... Ciekawe, jak to będzie liczone na odległościach. Impact radius 1.8 meters. Regenerate life. Corpse consumed over 1 second. Consumes up to 2 additional corpses near the target. Okej. Czyli padlinożerca. Ciekawe. Mogą być to ciekawe rzeczy, bo pamiętajcie, był taki skill, ciekawe czy go przywrócą lub stworzą nowy, który generował flash, wyokacił jakieś tam ciałka zwłoki i można było sobie generować ES-a tym sposobem, jedząc zwłoki. A consume over 1 second, czyli wszystko w sekundę, czyli co sekundę masz bonus, który tam te zwłoki ci dadzą. Dobre, to będzie fajny skill, na pewno będzie w użyciu. Oil barrage. Okej, co mamy na tym? Fires through projectiles. Oil slows enemy movement speed. Oil applies exposure, lowering total elemental resistance. Okej, spowolniać, zmniejszać im odporności. Brzmi dobrze. Czyli zmniejszenie odporności to co? Zamiast bić potwora za 100 przy 20%, zabijesz go za 120. Tudzież 120 punktów hit pointów w niego wejdzie. Oil spray radius, no to zasięg. Oil and oil. Oil and oil. Oil ground, ok. To trzeba tak to interpretować. Czyli sam olejek i olejki, czy oleje na ziemi, które się rozlewają. Trwa 6 sekund. Channeling ends after one group of projectiles. Ok, czyli nie ma szansy, że będą przeskakiwać dalej, ale ciekawe, czy w połączeniu ze skillem, który może zlinkować następne, czy nie da się tego będzie jakoś obejść. I wtedy puszczacie w jednym miejscu, a to idzie na cały ekran, nie? To byłoby coś, nie? Bo tak jesteście zobligowani do tego, że tylko jak jest ich dużo w pobliżu, to może coś się wydarzy. Ciekawie, wygląda to ciekawie. Najbardziej jestem na razie tą forsą gry zainteresowany, żeby biegać na tej wywernie. I teraz Empowered. Jeżeli byśmy byli w postaci Empowered, macie 201%, to jest dwukrotność damage'u. Macie, nie wiem, 10 milionów, 20 milionów, 100 milionów DPS-a, no to razy 2. Po prostu miażdżycie. Converts 30% of physical damage to lightning damage, czyli to nie jest tak jak w Beer formie, nie macie 100%, ale 40% konwertowane jest na lightning, czyli skalowanie z lightningu dla tej formy będzie opłacalne. Fires 3 projectiles. No i teraz wiadomo, do projectile'ów będzie pewnie może dołożyć support gema, który będzie rozbijał support gem na większą ilość projectili i te mogą... Coś czuję, że znowu warte będzie mieć przeszycie. Nie pamiętam jak się nazywała ta wersja po angielsku. Po prostu hinder? Nie. Ogólnie chodzi o to, że skill może będzie słabszy, ale przejdzie przez potwora i trafi w następnego i w następnego. A to już jest niezłe, nie? Nawet nie musi przeskakiwać jako nowa wersja, ale żeby po prostu przebić się, dopóki skill nie skończy swojego zasięgu, mogła trafić następnego moba zaraz za nim. Co mam tu jeszcze w opisie? Troszeczkę spróbujmy. Jeszcze dalej. Elemental Resistance by 20 to znowu to, co mówiłem. Podniesiemy depsa. Consume a power charge. Muszę trochę zmniejszyć. Consume a power charge every 2 seconds to continue channeling. No i znowu power charge będą wchodziły w grę. Stakowanie ich i odnawianie będzie podstawą. Pewnie będzie jakaś forma, żeby biegać raz tak. I praktycznie połowę czasu będziemy w stanie biegać w formie wywerny, nie? Kwestia, zobaczcie, no ona trochę wolno lata i atakuje, więc jeżeli to dałoby rady mocno przyspieszyć, spokojnie. Zobaczcie, doskoki różnego rodzaju, to będzie chyba pewnie rozwiązanie, które to rozwiąże. Tak jak Monk przeskakuje, żeby zrobić stakowanie, taki wywerna pewnie na to będzie miała przejście. No i dobra, i ostatni, który nam pokazuje jest Flame Breath. Oddech ognia, piekieł, można go nazwać. Converts 100% of physical damage to fire damage. Ignite Magnitude 750. Dość mocny Ignite, nie? Czyli cokolwiek dotkniesz, to po prostu kumulujemy. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of channeling. No to mocno poszli w ogień. To już rozwiązuje trochę problem skalowalności, bo tam były małe problemy z tym, żeby Fire ładnie działał. A jak możesz go użyć dłużej, a na początku jest słaby, a gdzieś tam w wypowiedzi mówili, że im dłużej używasz skilla, tym jest mocniejszy. 4 sekundy daje naprawdę advantage, nie? Immolation radius, no to zasięg. Gdzie jest? Płomienie sięgną, nie? 2 metry. Pewnie można go podbijać procentami na 2,5 metra, 2,200, 2,400. Zobaczymy, ile tam te 20% nam to podbije. 10% to byłoby 0,22, a 20% z gemów, no to masz 2,4, nie? Empowered Flame Breath gains 50% of damage as lightning damage. O! Może dlatego ten płomień, który widzimy na filmiku, na cutscence po lewej, to jest faktycznie, że to jest ogień, którym zionie z góry, tak? Ale po chwili też widać tam lightning, który się przewija. Więc 50% to znowu skalowanie lightning, fire, nie? Znowu idziemy w 2 żywioły. Odpuszczają lód. Import Flame Brief spends rage 50% slower. I znowu będzie, no to 50% wolniej, to wydłuża na dwukrotnie czas, a dwukrotnie wydłużenie czasu spowoduje przedłużenie damage'ów. Nie wiem, jak będzie skalowalność, ale powiedzmy, że też pewnie dwukrotnie. Czyli im dłużej będziemy bić, tym mocniej będzie atakowało, nie? Attack speed, teraz podstawowe jakieś tutaj parametry. Ciekawe, czy będą jakieś rzeczy, które redukować będą te koszty. Zakładam, że to, co kosztuje Rage'a, dodadzą, czy nie? Może będzie jakiś special unique item dedykowany właśnie pod to. Trzeba będzie to śledzić. Dobra. Unleash the Wrath of Nature. No dobra, to co mówiliśmy, że Poison prawdopodobnie zagra trochę rolę. To macie wejny, czyli te wszystkie roślinki, pnącza, które walą i wyschodzą z ziemi. Ciekawe, czy one będą pod Poison. In this human form, the druid will blah, blah, blah. Magical staves. Aha, czyli już musi być pod staffem. Nie może być to już taki nietypowy melas jednak. Volką on the grounds, blah, 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 rutki. Znowu to będzie mix fire poison. Czyli fire over time, poison over time. Im dłużej będą rzeczy dostępne, tym mocniej będzie biło. No ciekawe. Can also take advantage of the new spell totem skill, which creates a totem that automatically cast any chosen spell for a time. To będzie ciekawe. Też połączenie. Różne buildy będzie można przetestować. Ciekawe, co będzie triggerowane. Zobaczcie tutaj, czy ten pnącze, czy tam totem, który jest postawiony, powoduje te whirlwind cały? To jest nasz totem? Nie, ogień. Ona wali ogniem akurat, no okej. No dobra, patrzmy na skillę. Volcano. Deals damage, fire, modifier cast spell also affects skills costs, fire projectile. Channeling can reach 3 stages. Eruption radius, volcano duration. Typowo pod ogień. Ci, co grali wcześniej, zakładam, że w Poche 1 widzieli podobne rozwiązanie. I projectiles, jeżeli nie eruption. I projectiles, jeżeli byśmy szli w skill, który ma projectiles, to sobie tak jak widać leci. Fire 3 projectiles z tego totemu. Ma to channeling połączone. Fires projectives every 5 seconds, overslammed, initial eruption. Fires additional projectiles per additional stage. Volcano is destroyed after 10 slams. Brzmi ciekawie. Entangle. Tutaj jedziemy z physical damage'em jednak, a wyglądało raczej, że to nie powinno być. Fissure. Zobaczcie, jest rebound fissure. Na skill tree są fissury, są bonusy do fissurów. Północna część, górna część drzewa miała fissure. Bonusy od fissurów. Warte rozważenia, czy nie połączyć. Physical damage fissures length is 8 meters. Attach veins to the enemies with 1,5 meter. Limit for fissures. Pewnie będzie można go zwiększyć. Duration 8 sekund, długo, naprawdę 8 sekund to jest sporo. Attaches a vein every, okay, 106 seconds. Overgrow, fishes expire slower, okay, to spowolniony czas przerostu, nie wiem co znaczy ten przerost, czy one rosną, one są takie malutkie, zobaczcie na początku, potem są coraz większe trochę, ale potem nie ma, jest ich więcej, ale czy to są następne, które rzucili? No, tego nie widać. Veins can stretch to a 2 meters length before breaking, okay, 3 vines. Vine attachment duration 1 second. Each attached vine slows enemy by 15%. Can attach up to 3 veins to each enemy. Overgrowth fissures can attach up to 2 additional veins. Okay. Thunderstorm. Czy my mieliśmy Thunderstorm? Aha, brzmi to dobrze. This up to 16 damage. Storm radius jest super. To ciekawe, jak to będzie reagował z heraldami. Storm duration hits and targets every... O, co za 1/3 sekundy? Can hit each enemy only once every half second. Cannot drench enemies above level 32. Co znaczy drench? Power 2, drench. No wiecie. Drench znaczy drench. Drench jako skill. Increase chance to shock. Gain percent of lightning damage as extra cold damage. Okej, czyli drench. Jako skill. Wbity do Thunderstorma. Zakładam, że to ze sobą będzie kompatybilne. Lingers for this consideration. Limit 1 Thunderstorm. Ok, czyli jeden piorun. Ale zobaczcie, tych piorunów od góry wali dużo, nie? Jak patrzymy na prawą tą stronę. Zobaczcie, one całkiem szybko się pojawiają. Jest jedna sztuka faktycznie, ale ciekawe, czy ona jest losowa, czy trafia w potwory. Raczej wygląda, że trafia w pobliżu i tylko co któryś trafia. Tylko jeszcze raz. Czy to będzie dobry skill? Widzicie? Ten trafił, tam jeden poszedł bokiem. Ok, czyli też nie jest tak, że 100% będzie trafiało, nie? I ostatni spell totem. To jest to, co ma nam tutaj triggerować. Totem duration na 10 sekund, limit 1 totem. Pewnie będzie mógł na ilość totemów zwiększać. Socket skills deal 10% more damage per power charge consumed. To będzie game changer kolejny. Jak będzie ich dużo, to na pewno będą miksy. Okay, 20 more totem duration per endurance charge consumed. Socket skills deal 13 less damage. Socket skills have 25 less cast speed. No będą powolne, ale robią to w czasie i po kosztach. Co my mamy za ten opis ascendencji? Two ascendencies classes for the druid, the shaman. Shaman channel nature's fury, harness rage to empower his spells, and coming weakening natural rains down meteors, lightning and ice. Jest shaman, a drugi to jest the oracle. Niektórzy wymawiają to oracle. Ja uważam, że to jest oracle. Oracle też jest chyba najbardziej poprawne. The oracle has... Oracle, no w ogóle tak się wymawia chyba prawidłowo. Has a perfected the power of foresight, using it in combat to gain a massive advantage by peering into the future, to predict a monster's movement and even locate passive for alternate timelines. Niewiele mi to mówi. Chyba najmniej zrozumiałem, czym będzie się przodował. Predicts movement. Nie wiem, czy widzieliście, tam zdublowany był boss. Jak jest zdublowany boss, wiadomo, gdzie on się przemieści i stanie. I jak się ustawisz w dobrym miejscu, będziesz tłuc w tej przestrzeni, to ten duch tego bossa z przyszłości też dostanie damage, więc overall damage jest zabierany bossowi. To jest według mnie mały game changer, jeżeli masz zasięg na tego bossa. Jak będą rozwalone w dużych różnicach szerokości, a ty nie będziesz miał takiego skilla, który sieknie, no to po prostu sobie zobaczysz, że on tam był i to jest wszystko, nie? Ale go jednak nie uderzysz. No dobra, 30 nowych support gemów. No tak, tych skilli doszło, więc support gemy do nich też muszą być. Niektóre pewnie będą też współdziałać z tymi już istniejącymi. We are adding over 13 gem services into to Tectonic Slam, which adds extra Cascading Slam. O, atak kaskadowy. And every class will find something to benefit from. No to będą ciekawiostki. Accelerated Grow. Triggers Accelerated Grow on overgrowing plant. Creates a supported skill. Deals 4 physical damage, explosion, radius, explosion. Okay. Mały bonusik. Echoing Cry. Supported skills become usable after you have moved 10 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Czyli znowu co 10 metrów będzie dopiero ten skill triggerować mógł. Support skills have 50 less area of effect. Support skills deal 30% less damage. Zmniejszasz sobie damage o 40%. To jest dużo. Ciekawe jakiś takich, ale za to. Support skills count enemies as having 50% less power. Support skills equal 2 times with delay. Support skills have 100% more of effect per time they have echo. Może to być użyteczne w overtime. Damage overtime. Poison. Zdecydowanie to będzie wykorzystywane w jakimś poisonie. Chaos myślę, że też. Tectonic Slams. Support skills have 13 less aftershock area of effect, blah blah blah. 35 less damage with aftershock. Supported skills cause additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. Ok, czyli szokuje na boki jeszcze dodatkowo. Supported skills has 15 less attack speed. Nie wiem, czy będzie to użyteczne. Zobaczcie, że macie 3 różne less attack, less aftershock, less damage i to są spore wartości. A benefit jest tylko taki, że jeden additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. To już kwestia buildu. Zakładam, że będą jakieś buildy, które z tego skorzystają, ale myślę, że to nie może będzie. Może będzie, może nie. Jakimś użytecznym skillem. Dobra. Co z tych wyjątkowo lepszych, wypadających z tych specjalnych bossów? When you freeze a target, dla nazwa Betrayed Vengeance. Czas na zemstę. When you freeze a target with supported skill, for each one rage you have, you and allies in your presence gain 1% of damage as cold damage for 20 seconds. 1 za 1. Czyli mamy 50 rage'a, powiedzmy, stakujemy się na rage'a dowolną postacią. Mamy you and your allies gain 50% of damage as cold damage. Przy założeniu, że macie 50 rage'a na przykład, nie? I raz nastakujecie się na 50% i macie stałe 50% przez 20 sekund. A teraz wyobraźcie sobie, że ten rage raz macie 20, raz 3, raz 50. Jak dobijacie do maksymalnej wartości, w ciągu 20 sekund jest szansa, że zestakujecie aż tak dużo, nie? Przy dużej ilości mobów. To będzie jeden z overkilli, nie? Vengeance. Zemsta może być warta dużo, bardzo dużo. Xibia Rending. Nie wiem, czy to dobrze odmieniłem. Xibia Qua Rending. Co on ma? Sport skills trigger Fiery Reclamation on landing. Fiery Reclamation deals fire damage in area around the exploding corpse based on its maximum life. Okej. Zakładam, że z tej wywerny to będzie użyteczny skill. Explosions deals base fire damage equal to 6% of the corpse's maximum life. Explosion radius, detonation causes radius. Czyli detonacja na upadku. Ciekawe. Changes to the character balance. No to wspomnieli. Done on balance pass on a larger number of unique items, lineage support games and more. Czyli game balance. Inne postacie też z tego powinny coś skorzystać. Filmik z Kneel Before Your Queen.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
Obejrzyjmy.
It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. temple has many functions. And with it, a chance to save.
Po kolei.
A chance. Functions.
Będziemy czytać to, co zostało napisane. Pewnie zaraz to będzie dostępne.
Temple has many functions.
Mamy Halls, Workshop, Crimson Hall, Sealed Volume. Powiedzmy, że to
And with
Workshop. Golem Works. Okej, nie ma napisu.
a chance
Seed Value. Trzeba się dowiedzieć po prostu i zrozumieć, co jest czym.
to save the Val. A gateway through time.
No i poznać mechaniki, nie? Warto będzie w tym posiedzieć, aby zrozumieć, co jest opłacalne najbardziej.
Past, again and again. Alter the temple. Alter the
Dobra. Prosthetic Research. Monster grant 5% increase experience. Okej, no to po prostu expa. Można
temple.
dostać.
On
Dynamo. Construct monster have 8% increase effectiveness. Ciekawe, co to znaczy construct. Co tam będziemy budować? I niestety ja nie pamiętam rzeczy, które były w POA 1, ale te nowe? Może akurat.
cover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice.
Okej, czyli konstrukt jest chyba do tego,
Deepest chamber.
że będzie się te ręce, nogi podmieniało do czasu aż umrzemy, nie?
I beg of you, hear
Czyli warto
me.
będzie je robić,
The
żeby
beast
podnieść sobie
cannot give you
DPS-y
what you
albo
desire.
prędkości,
You
albo
may have
bonusy.
studied it, Doriani,
A te gry
but
są
you do not
tymczasowe do
know
pierwszej
it
śmierci.
like I do.
W późniejszym endgame'ie
It
będą warte na pewno sporo
adores
więcej.
me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Content nie jest przeznaczony dla dzieci. Jak widać. Dobra. To tyle. Czy coś tu jeszcze dopisali ciekawego? Dobra, lecimy dalej. The power of the sacrifice. Know that corruptions is good. Forecast acting affects enemy creatures. Sacrifice affecting monster to power the device and travel to Lair Val and Ancient Temple of Atsiri. No to tak jak widać, nie? Mamy portal. Ancient's Bacon. No, antyczne bekony. Bacon. No ciekawie. Mam nadzieję, że bonusy z tego będą jeszcze lepsze. Nie można tego zatrzymać, ale spróbuję trochę przybliżyć. Unique. Czy to jest jakoś... No dobra. Tego się nie da zatrzymać, a to jest jako GIF albo coś. Otwórz na oknie czytania. Zróbmy to po technicznym. A, dobra, nie będę psuł sobie ekranu. Wracamy. Po technicznemu tego nie wyciągniemy, ale to są jakieś informacje wtedy. Dynamo to z tego samego filmiku, co my widzieliśmy. Budowanie ścieżki, żeby dojść. I różne procenty. Dobra, zobaczymy, co będzie bardziej widoczne. No i co? Claim the treasure inside. Co to będzie za bonus? Eco Room of Team Template offers grant rewards, stashes, currency, equipment to something more interesting. There are more than a dozen types of rooms to build from, each with their own monsters and rewards. Ok, czyli będą jakieś różnego rodzaju nagrody. No to tak jak w każdym nowym wydaniu coś dokładają. You will discover new rooms and reap their treasure to you have offer. Ok, graficzka jak każda inna. Co to będzie to? Embrace the corruption. Take advantage of power of corruption by using the special crafting mechanism. Ciekawe, co będą te specjalne mechaniki dodatkowe jeszcze z tych, co powiedzieli. Bo wiecie, są rzeczy, których można tutaj będzie powyjmować, dodać, ulepszyć. Ale zobaczmy, to było tak naprawdę double val, tak? Czyli to, co mieliśmy kiedyś na początku w tym pierwszym wydaniu early, kiedy walowanie było dostępne 2 razy spod użycia po prostu wala runy, można było robić to 2 razy. Potem to zostało zmienione, zabrane. A teraz po prostu dodali do tego nową kapliczkę, tak naprawdę, która to pozwoli zrobić, nie? Po zrobieniu zadań. No, most of the cars can be taken back to your hideout as tradable currency items. No i właśnie, czasem będą przedmioty, że nie mamy co z tego wykorzystać, zrobić i warto byłoby to rozdzielić na części. Ja myślę, że to będzie bardzo fajne, bo no po prostu będzie currency kolejne na ten sezon, które de facto będziemy wykorzystywać najczęściej, nie? Bo tak jak mieliśmy z opcją budowania sobie przedmiotów w jednej opcji, no to te bonusy, które będą w nowym rozwiązaniu, też się przydadzą. Corruption Altar allows you to add a second enchantment to your already corrupted items, but beware, there is a 50% chance to destroy the item irreversibly. To jednorazówka. Albo bierzesz, albo wychodzisz. No i tu co? Modifies a corrupted equipment or jewel item unpredictably or destroys it. Czyli to jest ten architekt orb, który pewnie wypada z architektów. Tam z tej opcji, że take, a nie craft, nie? Jak się wybierze. Więc zakładam, że to będzie jeden z takich głównych currency na podmianę. Następny jest modifies a corrupted skill gem unpredictably or destroys it. Ok. Nie mam wiedzy, bo ja rozumiem, że jeszcze equipment or jewel item, tak? No to możesz go skoruptować double koruptem. A skill gem jak? Unpredictably or destroyed. Czy to będzie właśnie ten krystal, który podnosi na przykład na +2? Bo oni tam pokazywali w jednym z na początku z filmików, że +2 do skill corrupted gamesów będzie coś, nie? Więc jak to jeszcze coś będzie mogło zrobić? Ciekawe, jaki będzie zakres tego. Spark. Co my tutaj mamy? No to typowy Spark, ale on się trochę zmienia. Czyli to jest ten typowy 20 poziom zwykły, +1 dla corruption. To jest dla nas znane. Ale, czekajcie, nie jestem w stanie jakoś tego rozsądnie pokazać. Mam nadzieję, że jest to dalej czytelne. Więc poza podstawową wersją base'ową, Cold Infused, Critical Crit Chance wchodzi, tak? I Corrupted Twice. Projectile Fast, the sense to can hit the same, bla bla bla. No ale są te bonusy, nie? Projectile fired at the same time can hit the same target no more than once every 0.6 seconds. Ale zwiększają się bonusy pewnie. No widzicie, u góry jest base, to masz 240, tu już jest 350. Critical hit chance wskakuje o 11%. To ciężko mi myszką jednocześnie to pokazywać, ale założenie jest takie, że jak macie base i niebieskie napisy, to jest jedna część, a potem jest Cold Infused, to jest po prostu bonus, który wpadł dzięki koruptowi, nie? No i zobaczcie, z raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, z 5 pozycji koruptowana ma raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 5, 6, łącznie 7 plus critical, nie? I to jest double corruption. Jak dla mnie te bonusy, cast time albo duża ilość projectili, no to będzie robiło bonusy, nie? No i ten cold damage, który dochodzi do lightning damage, no miodzio, po prostu miodzio. Co mamy dalej? Double corruption. Powiedzmy, że mamy armor z life'em, strength dodatkowo i jeszcze jakieś 2 odporności. W armor jest jeszcze implicit armor also applies to elemental damage i dodatkowo pierwszy korupt dorzuci nam maximum life, a drugi korupt jeszcze dorzuca nam damage taken recuperate of life. No sztos, nie? Dla mnie zrobienie przedmiotu, który ma Na przykład standardowo 2 dziury, a wrzuca się trzecia, powodująca bonusy, podbijająca ją o koruptowany bonus kolejne razy, zawsze na propsie. Szansa, że się zepsuje też jest, ale ryzyko jest zabawa. Embrace the corruption. Tak, definition of power corruption by using the special crafting mechanism found in Lyra level, czyli w Lirze. Can be taken back, bla bla bla. To jest to. To się powtarza u góry. Transcension device. Transcension. Myślałem, że mówi transcendentia, ale to jest transcension faktycznie. Harness Vol technology to replace your own limbs. No to co mówili, podmieniasz sobie nogę, rękę, dobrze, że głowy nie zamieniasz. No i będą z tego bonusy, które znikają, kiedy umrzesz. To było na filmiku, tam były różne procenty od czegoś w bonusie. Jautolotoli Triumph. Co ten Triumph daje? Triumph Altar. Corrupted Val Unique Items replacing one or more modifiers with Val Unique Modifier. Czyli można zmodyfikować Unique Modifier. Ok. Replace up to 2 modifiers on a corrupted Val Unique. Replaces other uniques with corrupted unique of the same item class. Ok. Czyli tutaj będzie w ten sposób bonus, co widzicie. Zamianka u uników. Ciekawe. Bo będziesz szukać, nie wiem, sobie paska, nie wiem, Headhuntera i co? Dzięki temu jest szansa, że go wyrolujesz, robiąc korupta. Ekstra bonus do zrobionego, nie wiem, tanio belta. Pytanie, ile to będzie stało. Atsiri Acuity Malted Meat, czyli rękawice, dając na przykład Increased Armor, Increased Intelligence, Leech from Critical Hits is Instant, czyli nie czekamy, od razu uzupełniamy. Fajny dla Blood Mage'a i wszystkich life regenów, bo instanty zawsze są na propsie, tym bardziej, że operają na crit hitach. I co mamy z tego korupta? Increased Critical Hit Chance if you haven't dealt a critical hit recently. Teraz pytanie, czy ten na czerwono będzie zawsze ten sam i procent od niego będzie się zmieniał, czy możemy wylosować inną rolkę, nie? I która wejdzie dzięki walowaniu. No, będzie dobrze, będzie ciekawie. Armor. Increased armor. Aha, bo to jest z tego altara tylko i wyłącznie, czyli to, co jest na czerwono, będzie dostępne tylko dzięki temu ołtarzowi, tak? Okej, tu jest przykład jakiegoś tam mantla, mało popularnego, ale jednak podnosi życie typu totemów, Energy Shield daje na base poziomach, to jest nawet użyteczne, Inflixa, Random, bla 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 i bonus, który dodaje ołtarz to Increased Attack and Cast Speed if you haven't summoned a totem recently. Czyli dla postaci, które nie biegają z totemami, Reduce Totem Life jest im niepotrzebne, a mają niski poziom, no to macie, słuchajcie, 25% ataku, nie? To jest kurwa dużo. No i Lazuri Ring, on też jest dość popularny. Critic Chaos mana cost. Na niskim poziomie raczej się go używa. Nie widziałem, żeby ktoś krytów 40% używał na wyższych. Po prostu są lepsze ringi i wyciąga się bonusy skądinąd, ale doszedł tutaj chance to grant volatility on critical hit. I volatility, już sprawdzamy. Volatility, czy jak on się tam mówi? Co on robi? Volatility explodes after 4 seconds, dealing 100 physical damage to you per volatility. Or 10 seconds after explosion, you will gain volatility power, gaining 1% of damage of chaos for each volatility which exploded. The explosion timer will reset on gaining another stack of volatility. You can be gained on every and default maximum for stack at once is 200, czyli 200% of damage of chaosu przy założeniu, że masz 100 physical damage per velocity, więc jeżeli do 200 sobie nastakujemy, to jest kurwa overkill, nie? Co to było? Okej, ale to jest tylko w tym ringu, czy po prostu przypadkowo się wylosowało w tym ringu, ale w każdym innym ten bonus też może wpaść. Obstawiam to drugie, że czerwone bonusy z korupta będą losowe. Ciekawe, czy skoruptowany przedmiot tutaj będzie można koruptować jeszcze tym drugim mechanizmem. Corrupted Prosecutor Machine. No to tak, no mamy już opcję i pokazali, że można będzie podbijać tablety już nie tylko na poziom drugi, ale i wyżej, więc można sobie spokojnie będzie używać aż do Exalta. Wielding Ancient Power, this mechanism will corrupt tablet, adding extra mods or more uses. No i okej, czyli możemy sobie Infusera wyciągnąć dla podbicia tabletu. Przykładowy tablet skoruptowany ma 19 użyć. Super, bo z reguły są teraz już tylko dziesiątki, nie? Więc wiemy o tym. Czyli dwa pierwsze rolujemy standardowo, albo wypadają od razu, albo sobie otwieramy, identyfikujemy, dokładając coś tam, podnosimy znaczy. Ale korupt podbija do 19. A drugi, kiedy już sobie wszystko zrobiliśmy, to zobaczcie, u góry jest corruption, nie? W sensie increase paki, rarity, to wszystko możemy sobie ręcznie wykręcić. Natomiast to, co jest pomiędzy tabletem a dolną tą opisem, mamy dwie adds, an otherworld bridge to a map. To jest nazwa tego. Co to zrobiło? Has chance to contain 3 additional breaches. No to typowy korupt, tak? Nie wiem, czy otherworld bridge to będzie otherworldy. No, zobaczmy. Ja to kiepski jestem, więc bridge. Overworld, tak tylko się pisze. No dobra, ale to jest tu, a my chcemy Overworld Bridge. No to jest issue, tu, no dobra. Overworldy. Tutaj nie mamy. Ja jestem kiepski, nie jestem w stanie tego chyba znaleźć. No dobra, poszukamy coś, co mogłoby być bardziej over W. Jeszcze jest niedodany. Tam nie wiem, jakbyście mieli, podeślijcie, otworzę i zobaczymy. To są stare. Ogólnie po 2 Overworldy. Dobra, Bloodline Ascendancy Passive from Beach Bloodline that grants the user less damage taken against certain type of damage depending on the equality craft. PPP, to nie będzie chyba z tym powiązane. Na starym Overworldzie było. Dobra, a w pojedynce w takim razie co to robiło? Czy to jest tylko tak naprawdę... Okej, to jest to no... Aha, to są te rąsie. Okej, czyli one zostają w takim razie. Czyli to jest z tego, co dodali w ostatnim patchu. Wydaje mi się, że nie będziemy tutaj kombinować. Zobaczymy, jak będzie tego trochę więcej już podpisane. Jeszcze mamy nakład na następną. Co jest następnym bonusem? The mechanics will allow you to recover socketables socketed in equipment. In true Valve fashion, the item will be destroyed as a sacrifice. Czyli jak ktoś włoży super ważny, warty item, socket, to zamiast wkładać następny, jest szansa odzyskać niszcząc przedmiot. Spoko. Przy tych najdroższych runach mi się wydaje. Zwłaszcza kiedy kupimy lub wdropimy je na początku ligi, a potem włożymy to w jakiś średniej jakości przedmiot, ale już korzystamy z tego bonusu. Movement speedów, attack speedów, różnych takich rzeczy, które tam się pojawią, a dopiero później mamy już takie endgame'owe rzeczy naprawdę, kiedy już jest, wiecie, meta, nie? A potrzebujemy i w sumie z tego przedmiotu nie dostaniesz więcej niż Divine'a, to czasem warto będzie to rozwalić, żeby odzyskać 10. Proste, nie? Według mnie bardzo dobry mechanizm. Fajnie, że go zaimplementowali. I jak zwykle można będzie to odebrać jako nagrodę, a nie używać. Myślę, że to będzie najbardziej płynne, zwłaszcza kiedy takie bonusy pojawią się w innych stage'ach gry. I co? Triumph to jest sam using device will alter your soul cores in unpredictable way. Modify a soul core unpredictably with a chance to destroy it. Ok. Czy jak macie kiepskie jakości soul core, to one się będą modyfikować z bonusem. Ciekawym, lepszym, gorszym. I mamy standardowo, tak? Helmety, ale mają loose, maximum life, jakiś sprinting, movement speedy. Ciekawie. Coś tutaj pomodyfikowało. Ciekawe, jaki będzie najbardziej użyteczny z nich. Cikła to chyba dołożyli dodatkowy bonus. Zamiast 2 jest 3. Nie mogę się mylić. Jak macie wiadomość, to dawajcie znać. Dobra. I już kończymy praktycznie widoki. Face of the Royal Architect. No to jest ten boss przed Aciri. In your temple exploration, bla bla bla. Protects the queen, defeating a league will grant you access to more special rewards and crafting mechanics and unlocks a truly royal audience. Co to jest? Support skill gem. Dość bogato. Mix, zobaczcie, physical, lightning, cold fire, chaos, curse, AOE, trigger. Jest spell i ma liage'a. Support skills create a cost ground enemies on the cursed ground. Może się uda połączyć to z jakimś autokursem. Wiecie, są na przykład połączenie Chayuli, nie? Ona triggeruje i miałaby to wbite do siebie. To te bonusy mają autogranta, nie? Trigger Annihilation. On courses grants from spells. Co robi Annihilation w naszym wypadku? Annihilation. A chyba tam nie było Soul, tylko Annihilation, co po prostu robi. No dobra, to jest 2020. Grants increase critical strike, ok? Czyli Annihilation podbije krytyka. Spoko. Co tu jeszcze mamy? Okej, to też takie dość standardowe. Mamy kryta podniesionego, physicale, impact reduce hit on total of 6 times over 2 seconds. Czyli to jest dużo. Hits a total of 6 times. Trzeba byłoby zobaczyć, z czym są hity w opisie gry i się do nich odwoływać, bo wtedy masz 6 na 2 sekundy, 3 na sekundę. To znaczy, że prawdopodobnie atak jakiś, który ci się wykonuje, może wykonać się 3 razy na sekundę, jeżeli robi się tylko raz. Skalowalność może być ciekawa. Też będzie ciekawym support gemem. 100% damage converted to the other damage types, matching the supported course game tag. Okej. Ciekawe, czy będzie game tag, bo u góry są, zobaczcie, te trigger, physical, lightning. Czy one będą do wszystkich, czy będą losowe? Okaże się. I support, lineage, to chyba będą te, które je wyłowują, że jak jest jeden, to będzie z drugim powiązany. To wygląda, jakby jeden można było włożyć w drugi i taka fiolka. Ale mogę się mylić. When offering from a supported skills dice. Aha, to jest oddzielne. To nie, to po prostu jest inne. support i nie ma znaczenia, że muszą być 2. Ok, czyli to jest po prostu oddzielne. Kategoria Sacrificed Offering. Kategorii Cursed Ground. Ok, czyli one się tutaj różnią. When offering from support dies, regenerate percent of life and mana per second for as long as that offering was alive. Supported skills sacrifice 20 of life on use. I supposed grant you power charge every 4 seconds. Teraz pytanie, czy będzie jakaś opcja zrobić offerings, które będą ci się pojawiały. Ginęły od razu, czyli będą takie w kółko powtarzające się. Żyje, umiera. I będą znikać. Ale dawać ci power charge. Ciekawe, czy od offeringów będą się te wejny zaliczać. W sumie nie pamiętam, jak jest w oryginale na chwilę obecną. Kneel before you queen. Worship, bla bla, Aciri, królowa. To co lubimy słyszeć, jak idziemy do 3. aktu. I tam cały czas krzyczą Aciri. In the fate of the wall, you will encounter Aciri Prime, Pinnacle Boss. Do you dare to enter? I co ona tutaj daje? Add a skill threshold to a corrupted rare jewelry item. When threshold is met, siphons of random modifier improves the numeric values of other modifiers. Czyli bonus z bonusu dla bonusu. Nie wiem, jak to ładniej opisać. Fajnie. Ciekawe, czy będzie mocno zajmowało istniejące rzeczy. Rare Jewelry Item. No to jewelry, ringi, amulety. To chyba to będzie afektowane. Co ona jeszcze może tutaj rzucić? Chance to pierce enemy. Bardzo fajny kołczan. Quiver. Żyćko, attack speed, gain deflection. Bardzo przydatne. O, tym razem jest w końcu evasion. Bardzo ładny przelicznik. Attack projectiles return if they pierce it at least 2 times. Czyli jest szansa, że ta strzała, która gdzieś poleci, przebije 2, bo jest pierced. Pierced jest 100% of enemy. Pierced at least 2 times. Czyli przebije przez 2 moby albo 1-2 razy tego samego. Nie wiem, co znaczy return w tym wypadku. Może jak leciała w jedną stronę, przeleciała przez 2 moby, to teraz wraca. Więc multiplication tego będzie? Ciekawe. Projectiles deal 34 increased damage with hits for each time when they have pierced. Projectiles increase critical hit chance for each time they have pierced. Ok, bonusy zawsze przydatne. I... Czemu to mi się 2 razy wyświetla? Ok, ciekawe. Jakiś specyficzny przedmiot. Reflection Staff. Reflecting Staff. Mirror of Refraction. To jest skill, który daje to, dlatego widzimy 2 okna. Increased Maximum Life. Już mi się to podoba. +2 to all of corrupted spell skill games. O kurczę, ktokolwiek latał na staffie, to będzie na nim latał bardziej. Na pewno Druid, bo ma tam opcję na staff. Dostajesz jeszcze Increased Cast Speeda 13%, całkiem nieźle. Inteligencja przydatna. Spells which cost life gain 97 of damage as extra physical damage. No i znowu się pojawia temat, czy Blood Mage, tudzież czy nie warto znowu będzie zrobić sobie rytualistki pod żyćko. Zobaczcie, jaka to jest piękna broń. I można patrzeć pod bonusy podstawa wtedy, nie? Ale też ciekawe, czy taki druid, który miałby taką opcję, że wykorzystywałby ten skill, kosztujący go jako życie, wtedy wiecie, w duelu którymś, jeżeli nie idziecie w tamtą stronę na drzewie, po prostu znaleźć odpowiedni skill gem i go włożyć w pasywę. No, będzie ciekawie. No i co robi ten Mirror of Reflection? Limit for mirrors of refraction. Projectiles which shatter mirrors are copied 7 times. Mirrors persist for 8 seconds duration. A mirrors appears in your presence every 2 seconds. Czym jest te mirrors? Mirror of refraction. Ciekawe, czy jest. Jeszcze go tutaj nie było, więc to będzie całkowicie nowy ten. Mirror of Calandra. Reflecting. To jest refraction po prostu. A co robi refraction? Co to będzie robiło? Jest takie coś? Refraction. Ej, był jakiś skill. Zobaczmy, co on robi. Refraction is support game. Continue reading to learn. With new patch, refraction has been renamed in refraction and divided into levels. Support banner skills causing this effect by auras they create to gain reflecting pattern and buff with cause. Jestem ślepy. O, tu jest efekt. These effects by auras from supported skills gain refractive plating. Refraction plating causes 20% of armor to apply to an elemental hit damage taken. Ok, czyli hit damage na armora może się kumulować fajnie z break armor, coś czuję, i innymi tymi bonusami. Mogę się mylić? To jest moja prediction. I chyba jedno z przedostatnich, co widzimy rzeczy, Abyssal Going Core, no to co już pokazywali. Po prostu tablety będą dostępne i wtedy na mapie to się wyświetli. I co oni tu mają jeszcze? Tak naprawdę informacje 12, 15. Pięknie. Patch noty są bardzo długie. Ja sobie dzisiaj już pozwolę je odpuścić. Zobaczcie, tych zmian jest jeszcze tutaj mnóstwo. Więc jak jesteście zainteresowani, ja spróbuję zrobić stream jeszcze jutro, też po godzinach popołudniowych i przejść przez to, co jest tutaj dostępne. Niezależnie od tego, każdy z Was może sobie wejść w forum, w indeksy, przejść sobie do informacji tego, co jest na forum, w Early Accessie i te dane informacje będą. Ja na dzisiaj bardzo Wam dziękuję. Nie mam za wiele więcej od siebie, co mógłbym jeszcze dodać, ale obstawiam, że możemy do tematu wrócić niebawem, więc starting soon, pokazuję jeszcze raz, to jest to, co nas czeka w niedalekiej przyszłości.